Right.
Boo! Ah! Hello to all of you news turds! I'm Cody Johnston. I'm Cody. God, so bright. I'm Cody Johnston, your ooze dude. This is cold I have. It's disgusting. I'm coming at you with some spooky news. Is Ebola back? Maybe some of that UFO news. What might I conjure from my sleeve on this scary twisted? Oh, God. Oh, my head. Okay, what is... Wait a sec. Oh, what the... All right, so I'm in some kind of contraption, I think. Is that razor wire?
Hello, Cody. I'd like to play a game.
Yeah, hey, Katie. You forgot to turn the video off so I can...
Oof, son of a goddamn Zoom! I'll always do this. I want to play a game with you, Cody. On your feet.
Sorry, you didn't even use a different account? Just use the camera. Sorry.
I tied a truck to your leg, okay? That contraption on your feet. You noticed the contraption, right?
Yeah, it's like this really elaborate and expensive looking contraption that our audience can't see, but it is really elaborate and expensive and impressive. So that's...
On one of your legs, there's a cable that leads all the way outside our studio to a truck. All I have to do is text Warmbo and your legs are gonna fling off of you. Unless you do an episode right now about boars. What'll it be, Cody? Huh? I'm giving you the choice I never had to make you appreciate life or something. I don't know. I never watched the movie.
Oh. I mean, okay. Wars! So in the movie, the idea is that they have to do something really horrific to free themselves. You know what? Why am I explaining this to you? Okay, so here's some boar news. I'm doing a boar episode under duress. But when you really think about it, isn't that how we do all the boar episodes? But in a more literal sense, somebody call the police. You might think you're familiar with the story of boars. Perhaps you've even seen a video on here about these tailed devils. After all, the very first boar video that went up on a legally distinct version of this show was 6 years ago. 6 years, really? That is not cool time. Time? Okay. And since then, we've tried our best to warn you. In fact, this will be our 8th attempt. 8! Really? 8. I've wasted my life.
Gonna yank your legs off, Cody.
Okay, sure, right. So, 6 years ago, we spoke of a teleporting boar. To be exact, the video ran on July 8th, 2017, one day before the writer's birthday. Coincidence? Yes! That one is a coincidence. The very first boar story we ever broke was the ruthless swine attack on the British ambassador Lee Turner, who was chased by 5 boars and had to seek refuge on a bramble of tree trunks. What did Lee know? Why was he targeted? We may never find out. We spoke of a teleporting boar that rose from the Baltic Sea like Poseidon's hungry, starving dick, and we theorized that this teleporting boar was sexing through Europe and Asia and fueled by the radiation from the Chernobyl and Fukushima disasters. We even showed you, with science, that radiation doesn't decrease the volume of boar semen. Trust me on that. I've looked into it a bunch. We warned that this Pharaoh murder parade was marching to the US of A, and sure enough, we were proven right. In our second video, we discussed the growing hog problem right here in America. We explored possible origins, which included, but wasn't limited to, violent Nazi-bred super cows, which do exist, and the possibility that the original pig was in fact a guinea pig for nuclear bomb tests, specifically Pig 311, which had mysteriously survived the Bikini Atoll tests, presumably through the power of forgettable alternative rock. Yeah, chill! That's Pig 311, 311, Pig 311. We noted that as the hog pop increased, so did our nuclear power plants, and in Japan, swine was literally eating and replacing their elderly citation needed. We spoke of a one Donald Trump, and how he seemingly was working with the hogs in some kind of uneasy truce. Clearly, we were only snuffling the surface of a larger snout-spiracy that we could only begin to imagine. We also spoke of a psychic Ukrainian pig and theorized that along with teleportation, it appeared that these monsters were gaining a second superpower. Geez, anything happened in Ukraine recently? That's weird. And we kept going. Despite the many letters and legal challenges, we kept going. In episode 3, we pointed out that Putin seemed to have an uneasy truce with the swine due to his love of tigers. You can go watch the video, but the point was that Putin was literally a hog, more or less. He's not to be trusted, is the takeaway. Don't trust Putin for this and only for this reason. Also not to be trusted for this and only this reason was the Trump family, which attended the infamous Pig Beach Island and had secret meetings with the boar. That island is known for celebrities and influencers offering their own genitals like plump little oysters for the slurping. We asked to see Donald Trump Jr.'s scrotal records and got nothing! What are they hiding? Hunter Biden isn't afraid to show his scrotal records, so why not you, Junior? Why not you? At this point, it was clear that some powerful people in this world were actually working with the boar, figuring out ways to make them more superpowered in some perverted quest to be subjugated by the swine. And the testing worked. And soon enough, the first psychic boar dropped in America.
Amanda Eller, a physical therapist who was lost on a hike in Maui, telling her story tonight for the first time since she was found after going missing for 17 days.
You have a choice to make. You could sit on that rock and you can die, or you can start walking down that waterfall and choose life.
That's the story of a Hawaii hiker who followed voices down a trail that turned out to be a freaking boar's den. They lured her there with voices, but nobody cared. In episode 5, we talked about the careful media push to make boars family-friendly and spoke of the new boar invasion at the Canadian border. Or should we say border, which I did already. So it's like a boar pun. In episode 6, we talked more of the boarmalization and proved that cops were protecting boars. Don't trust cops for this and only this reason. Russia was more boar than human at this point, and it seemed that there was no help in sight. Even our country was founded by boar lovers, as George Washington had so many hog protectors that he lost count. It seemed that boars and our country were intertwined, destined to be together. By episode 7, Rome was being held hostage by boars, and I just sort of gave up. Luckily, a legally distinct nuke dream took me out of that slump, and in my fury, I discovered that even Elon Musk, America's horse-bribing Tony Stark, was helping the hogs transcend their one limitation: a lack of thumbs. Was nobody on my side? Or was the whole world was the whole world just Laughing at me. Do they think me the fool? Well, guess the heck what, butterfuck. It turns out that Cody was right. Hashtag it on Mastodon, I guess. I was right, because at least one of my theories has been proven true. I'm like those UFO people who definitely displayed an alien corpse from Mexico so long as you don't look into the details. So don't look into the details, but they definitely did it. Just don't look into the details. I'm like that. And after the break, I'm going to tell you what I was right about. And yes, it's boar related, so let's do the ads before I explode! Hey there, nut lovers. It's your nut boy, Cody Nuts Johnston, here to tell you about nuts.com. Do you, like nuts? I eat nut often. I eat nuts for nut breakfast. I eat nuts for nut lunch. I eat nuts for second secret nut lunch. For dinner, nuts. And if you want a huge variety of nuts, well then you gots to go to nuts.com. They have so much more than what you find in the grocery store. Not to mention that all of their nuts and other snacks are fresh. They roast their nuts and pop their corn the same day they ship it out to your face. That's right, it's not just nuts, but also sweets and dried fruit and also nuts. Pecans, pistachios, almonds, nuts. You know about nuts, right? These are nuts. We actually had a friend meet up recently and got a bunch of nuts.com sent by someone who couldn't be there. It was great. Every time I chewed a nut, I thought of them, my nut friend. And right now, nuts.com is offering new customers a free gift with purchase.
Carluccio is a threat to our abortion rights. She got caught covering up her anti-abortion views. MAGA Republicans trust her to take away our rights, but there's no way we can trust Carolyn Carluccio.
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. Keep It Quilted means comfort that feels good and
If you're trying to code a good speed and sprint speed, from now on you're only going to create these states, but not pressing the sprint key, set your state to walking and your move speed to walk speed. And if both of these statements don't get executed, that means you're not grounded, you want to set your movement state to air. Don't forget to call the state handler in void update and now go back to Unity. Here you just need to assign some values to your walk and sprint speed and hit play. If you now press shift, you're able to sprint. Next, we're going to tackle crouching. Now to stop crouching, you can move up slopes, able to crouch. With that done, let's move on to the last thing on the list, which is slope movement. Now, you might have already noticed that even with the basic movement script, you can move up slopes. Kind of. You're just really slow upwards, and downwards you bounce like a ball, which is not that optimal, to say the least. This happens because currently you're adding force directly in
and free shipping on orders of $29 or more at, that's right, nuts.com/more news. So go check out all of the delicious options at nuts.com/more news. You'll receive a free gift and free shipping when you spend $29 or more. I already said that, but I said it again. I already said this next part, which I'm going to say again. Nuts.com/more news. Nuts.
Hello, world. It's Katie the Diamond Stole here to tell you about stamps.com. You know, since that scuba diving accident, I'm always, what's the word? Forgetting stuff. Like,
into the slope, the player is even. Now, like we did with the ground check in the last video, we're going to shoot a raycast variable. Now with vector free.angle, we can calculate how steep the slope we're standing. Now with vector free.angle, we can calculate how steep the slope we're standing on is, and then we want the bool to return true. Also, now we can just create and find the correct direction relative to our slope. So to like cool off of our player on slope, this bit stores the information of the object we hit in the slope hit variable. Now with vector3.boots is exactly what this we projected. Now we can just go back to our move player function, and if the player is on a slope, we want to add force in the slope move direction we just calculated. If you now set the max slope angle to something like 40 and hit play, you can see that the slope movement feels a lot better, but it's still not perfect. For example, if you stand still, you'll slowly slide down the slope because of gravity. The easiest you can also use your own movement private and instead add 2 public floats for your walk speed and sprint speed. From now on, you're only going to change these two in Unity, and the move speed variable will be changed inside of the script. And you're also going to need a key code for your sprint key. Now to code the sprinting ability, we're going to create movement states for our player. So if you want it the easy way, make sure to follow along with this tutorial first. But of course, you can also use your own movement code if you want to. We're going to shoot a raycast downwards, and the also if the raycast doesn't hit anything, the movement if you're not trying to exit a slope. Plus a true use deep to the you can see that the slope moves calculated angle to something like 40
Hello? Are you actually here? Hello?
Oh shit, I was just about to text you. Uh, do you want to help me actually put the drawing thing in? I was I was gonna sit down and do it and make the room all nice and maybe even try and solve some other problems, but then I realized that the player can just like jet themselves up these. Oh, why is it still happening now? I just fucking fixed it. I just spent like an hour trying to fix this without
I
like
can't see what's
rewriting
happening
the
through the
hold on.
stream.
See, maybe it,
Also, if you push it, then I can pull it and work on it with you, like at the same time.
okay, actually no, it makes sense that it's still broken in this scenario. Here, I'll show you what. So it shouldn't be this hard. I should just fucking rewrite all the movement code from scratch. That is the real solution, but
The movement
I
code
just
does
keep
need to be rewritten at
fucking
some point.
like keep
Uh,
just like keep just like being like, well, I'll just bolt this on for now.
well,
And
right now, this is the situation where bolting it on for now does make sense.
so, but like I fixed it by basically turning off air control when you hit something in the air, right? But I can still rocket myself up it if I just walk into it, right? Whee!
Oh wow.
We fix it though, I can see whether it's possible to make this basket.
I like it. I think it looks there. It looks good. Looks like you got the shadow stuff maybe figured out.
The baking did make it so that the shadows don't move around, but you can still see a little, like there's a dot there.
Yeah, it was
There's
weird.
like, you can
You don't
see
need to
over
fix
here.
it right now, but
Like
yeah.
this isn't accurate to what's over there. Like this should all be
Yeah.
solid. These lines shouldn't be there. These
Very
shouldn't be.
weird.
I'm not sure. It might just be the models. Maybe I
It
just
must be
have
how
low
the
quality
light works.
models.
If you think, yeah, it could be the models themselves, like,
But I've had it
and
on
like if you think about
every.
it, the light, like, it looks to me almost like the light is, like hitting something and then just like that's it. It doesn't think about or like it's like it doesn't have a high enough resolution around it. I guess is what. But anyway, but it doesn't matter right now. Anyway, um.
Yeah, I need to figure out a way to not have the player rocket themselves. I don't understand why they are still. Are they still grounded this whole time when they're walking up the wall? Because I thought the whole reason that
What
I
is
could
considered grounded? What tells it if it's
just
grounded?
to raycast down, but like.
Well, if it's a raycast down, remember I moved the collider back. So if it's a raycast down, not at the actual collider, it's like a raycast down, probably like in front of the collider. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, it shouldn't be. Hold on.
That the collider stuff is another thing that is like that was a patch job, but probably it can definitely be fixed. But like if you think about it, Yeah, of course it's gonna be. Like try backing up that wall. Does it work?
Yeah, it should.
Oh, it does work. Okay, weird. Never mind. Then,
It's
maybe.
just because I don't understand why it's not taking. I guess it doesn't matter at that point. You have taking away air control doesn't really fix it, just indirectly fix it by turning off the my movement. But like, you know what? We're gonna just fix it by just putting a little lip right here. That's gonna be the fix for now.
Well,
I read through a little bit of the questions too. I just didn't. I just wanted to get the room
isn't
finished.
the issue the slope, not the fact that there's like no lip there? I would assume the issue is that mild slope on the wall.
Yeah, it is the mile slope. I guess if you jump up onto here, you'll still be able to do it. If you jump up
Yeah,
onto
like
this
I
lip.
assume that if you even then, I assume you'll just be able to. Wouldn't you just be able to jump onto the wall and do
No,
it, or is it
I
just?
fixed it in that scenario. It's only when
Oh,
you
okay,
like so
gotcha.
if I jump onto it, it'll turn my air control off. So like it's like I'm not even pressing the button basically. But if I just walk right onto it, I can just do that, and the slip does not really fix it.
Well, I might be able to fix it tomorrow. For now, let's just focus on getting things working in your room that need to be working.
I mean, the only thing that really needs to be working is the drawing.
Yeah, well, we need to consolidate our prefabs again because I made all the new prefab stuff. It might be easier to do mine, but I made them two separate prefabs just to make it easier to copy shit over.
Sorry, the prefabs of what?
The player, because I had to add the new arm, and that made changed a lot, right? So a lot of things connect to like the animator and the visual effects on the animator and all that other stuff. And then I had the snapping, which connects to everything. So like, there's a decent amount on that had to change on the player prefab to
All right, well,
things to work.
it's man.
If you change just plain, well, I mean, that's just bound to happen. That had to happen to replace the model with the hand model. Like there was no way to get around that. Do you know the things that you've changed?
Dozens of things, but I can't remember. I could like
Well, all right, we'll go one by one. That's why I saved it
I
all with the
honestly
new
don't
prefab.
remember because I pushed it out of my memory when I
All right,
consolidated them last time.
just commit your shit, and I'll commit my shit, and then we'll all pull and try to do a I'll pull and try to do a merge from my side.
It's mostly related to the inspect camera, I think. I forget. It was like 12 or so things last time
Well,
when I was.
it might be that the case where like I just open them both side by side, basically, or put them both in the room and then copy the stuff over from yours onto mine, or vice versa, depending on what is easier. So that having the second prefab should help. But yeah, go ahead and commit your stuff so that we can let's get that solved first. That's the most important thing, and then I will pull your commit.
Push it to merge with main, or push it
Don't
to
do
vertical
anything yet.
slice.
I'll do I'm gonna do this one. All right, so I need to check out vertical slice, right? That's the name of the one you're on.
Yes. Are you gonna merge this onto main though, or is it gonna
I'm gonna
be?
merge main onto you, but I'll do it locally. If I fuck something up, we can just tank it.
Okay.
All right. Get merge main into here. No conflicts. That's good. I'm not gonna push this yet. Here, I'll start streaming so you can see.
Oh wait. So you didn't need me to merge into main first with my branch?
No, I'm taking your. I needed you to commit to your branch and push your commits, your changes, so that I to your branch, vertical slice branch, so that I could. And I am merging main into your branch on my local computer right
Okay.
now. All right. All right. Now I have your branch. I've just merged main into your branch. No conflicts, which is nice. That's what I expect because I changed the changed the prefab shit. So first step now is just to check to see that my stuff works in my world, in my test world. One of these days, we have to figure out why my shit looks so blown out on yours. So let's test my world. There must be like some sort of Windows HDR streaming thing. Maybe if I turn HDR streaming on. HDR. Stream video in HDR. How do I change these settings?
Is this your Windows setting?
Yeah. There's a setting. But it doesn't fucking tell. There's no button here to edit.
Is that talking about you sending a stream signal out though, or you being
Yeah.
able to watch streams in HDR?
I've I assume it would be stream out video, but I'm not sure. I guess. I want to look at this one. That's why. Oh, here we go. That's probably why. Hold on. No, stream in HDR. What? Hold on. This display can play streaming HDR video when available for best results. Play HDR videos. Okay, so it is just playing.
I would think
But
the
yeah,
setting
it
for
says
this would
this.
be in Discord itself somewhere.
Yeah,
But but yeah.
let's see.
Oh my
Check
god,
out
I
that.
don't know what if I ate something bad or something, but I'm so sick to my stomach right now.
Oh, that's my actual video. Never mind. Doesn't really seem to have any settings for HDR streaming.
It's fine, no worries.
Yeah, we can figure it out later. It's not super important right now. All right, first let's just make sure. Oh, that's weird. Okay, there it is. Still weird. That's not the right texture, but that I must have gotten your version of that texture. We said that was weird anyway, but it doesn't really matter. All right, so does this work?
Your
Yes.
arm's skin is so white I literally cannot see it. It just looks like it's not there.
That's something I should change.
That's
Let's,
fine. We'll have to I've
it
been
looks like
wanting to
everything's
learn how
working.
to do like the painting in Blend, like painting textures in Blender. So maybe I'll give it a shot at doing the
Yeah, I could send
tattoos.
you the model. It would be super, like, the only thing that needs to be done, like, if we want to do, like, the things as tattoos instead of these rings, you know, um, we need to, here's the new
But
visual
now I can
effect.
see the arm. When you're above the grass, I can see the arm.
Okay.
It's,
All right, everything's working so far, so that's fine. Let's,
I feel
switch
like,
over to your thing now. So let's go to scenes.
is
I
your
assume
arm
it's the
like a
same.
lot smaller than the old arm model? It
It's
feels
skinnier.
small.
It is skinnier. I imagined him being a skinny person. Honestly, in the end, I think it would be rad if we have an artist, like, someone that's good at 3D modeling, to have a 3D model that does like a two versions of everything. So like a male or a feminine arm, and then different skin colors, so people can just pick the one that they identify with the best.
Yeah.
It would
Yeah,
be such a small thing to add, but I bet it would go a long way for people. Like,
yeah, I'm down for that. Be
what is yours called? Playground tutorial?
playground tutorial.
I assume those textures will load in eventually. They're compiling.
Only basically one texture, or like two.
Yeah, there they are. They came in. This should be a more efficient level than the other one. All right. Obviously this one will not work, but let's just make sure the mouse sensitivity stuff works still. Just gonna leave it in there, and people can fine tune it as they go. It's not that disruptive. Yeah, your arm is like over to the left more,
I think
and
mine only shows from the forearm on and is a little closer,
yeah.
and I would move yours. I like that about it. Like I
But
like
the
how
only
close it
problem
is.
with the yeah, I mean yeah, the only I was trying to make it so that you can easily see the rings, you know.
Yeah, I
That
can
was the
see that.
problem. But anyway, let me bring my prefab in now. Something's null reference. Let's fix it.
I mean,
Whatever that
we
is
could do
first.
the if we want to be even more subtle, we could even just do the rings around the fingers. The way I pictured the arm was like, yes,
That'd be kind of cool.
skinny arm, long fingers, big knuckles, like a sort of like gaunt. Uh, Also, you know, the tattoos. I also thought about like he should have like a fair amount of stitches, like maybe implying that
Experimenting.
he's also been like combined, not just duplicated.
Hmm.
Maybe original you can't even remember his original self.
Where are we at here? We have script. What am I doing? I want resources, prefabs, and it's this one, player animated. So let's drag you in here, bring you up.
Is this a
There we go.
brand new prefab actually?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Good, good.
That's what I was
That's
saying.
fine. Yeah,
I
I'm
made it a
fine with
brand new
that.
prefab so that it would be easier for us to
Yeah.
combine them.
We should spend the day though just going through and like remaking the whole player thing from scratch, like movement,
Yeah, we need to do that
animation,
at
and
some
all.
point. The drawing stuff should probably be on the prefab, but there's lots to do. All right.
That would be nice to not have to pull it in separately.
All right, here we go. We need to. I wish I could pull two inspectors open, but I can't. Um, and just side by side change them. You know what I mean?
What is the thing
Um,
you have? What is your tab next to your inspector? Something tool it says?
it's the thing I'd use to make those point clouds.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I have my lighting tab there.
all right, let's go through this first one. I think this stuff can be all yours. So let's just go through, and I'll take some screenshots here. And normally, I know you can copy and paste components, but I don't know which ones are changing and which ones are different. So we'll just go component by component. All right, you have a material called no stick. I guess actually maybe it does make sense just to copy and paste, right? Copy component. Go to mine.
Yeah, there's gonna be only a couple things related to the collider and stuff like that. Most of it is going to be related to the inspect camera.
All right, we'll just do all this. Copy component. It's gonna be a little slow.
Actually, like I guess, yeah, all the movement stuff I did fiddle with too, like the movement speed and jump height and all.
Yeah. That's mine. Go back to yours. We're at first person movement. Copy component. First person movement. Paste component values.
Here, I'm gonna read through the questions while you're doing this.
Yeah, that's a good thing. This is gonna take me some time. I just really need you here if I have questions. Oh, I see. Alright, so this will need to be ground check. I assume ground check is on the player.
Ground check is actually on the ground check object, I think, or ground something object.
Do you have a ground check? Okay. I'll copy that over. Oh, it looks like
You
okay.
should still have it, yeah.
Yeah, it
should
is
still
already
have
on
it
there.
soon.
Okay. So then that I just need that to be this. And I need that to be this.
Oh, I know how to fix the walking up the wall. Just make a flat wall that's invisible. Make a straight up and down wall that's invisible. That you just can't walk. Or just make the wall. So this won't show the next section until they have filled out this section. Like
Yeah, if
these
you
are
want
all
to see, if
separate
you want to
pages.
preview it, hit the little eyeball on the top right there. Figure it's 2 hours of playtesting, so if we can give people like 10 to 20 minutes to mess with the game, then we get anywhere between 10 minutes would give us like 12 people, right? 20 minutes would give us 20, 40, 60, so 6 people.
Do you think? I was gonna say, I don't think your laptop would be able to run OBS and this game, probably, right, to capture their playing. But what if I just set up my phone with to stream out, just like point it at your screen, and so that we can see.
I thought about that. So I'm hoping what I want to test. Another reason why I want to get this done tonight is so that I can make a build and run it on my laptop and see if we can run OBS and that at the same time on that laptop without it causing performance issues. And then we'll literally just say the first step in the survey will be hit Control R. Start recording, or like, hey, if you're willing to let us record, it doesn't record your audio, just your video. Hit Control R, and then at the end have them hit Control R.
Remember too, we don't have to get all of this there. We could do the hit. We could get everyone's email and have a build online that they could access, and they may, I do think there's something. I think there's part of me that thinks there is something to watching people, but there is also something to like people playing it without us looking on and seeing what they do. But then we can't, like, we have no control over the recording or like watching it back.
It would just be nice to be able to see sometimes, like like if someone said something was frustrating, I kind of want to see what they were doing. It would help that way. Portable player. That stuff's all the same. Player controllable, and then you have a player inspect script that I need to add. It looks like.
That's most of the stuff.
And that is getting the first person camera transform. Inspect distance is 10. Object inspectable is none. These are default. This is default.
I would just say, one thing I would say is like, wait, hold on.
Where's the inspect main camera?
It should just be called inspect camera in the hierarchy. It is under directional light and fruit.
Here it is. Inspect main camera. Got it. I can just search these. Actually, it's actually pretty easy.
Okay, you do say that here. You'll know. You're able to guess when you. Maybe split the controls page and the hey, go ahead and guess page into a separate page. Just like, here's the controls, next. And then like, okay, now that you've got the controls down, see if you play around, draw things, and
Sorry, say it again.
Maybe consider just so that people don't accidentally skip ahead like I just sort of did, which is like like when you get to the controls page, it's like go ahead and
Oh, I
spend a
see what you
few
mean.
minutes getting used
Yeah,
to the
I mean, go
controls.
ahead. You can edit this thing.
Okay.
So go ahead and flop over to the other tab.
Okay. Where do I
Like
go?
you
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, here.
literally
Got it.
above.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just go there to add a section. It's that or to add a question or whatever. It's that plus. But if you want to make it its own section, well, oh, I guess it would just be a subsection. So go down to hit the click on the controls like block.
Okay.
That way, now this is like where you are in the thing. Now hit that plus button, and this should put a thing below it. And now change that to
Alright, that's a question.
like
Sorry, I don't want
text
question.
or
I want.
well, yeah, well, it starts as a question. So hit the plus again.
Okay, sorry.
Everything starts as a question. Then see where it says multiple choice. Change that to whatever you want it to be. Like oh, actually, no, I did lie. It's you do. It is just a text, right? You don't need anything from them. Never mind. You're right. Delete that and just hit the TT. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so I
then
just
just
pull this out of here and put it after.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and feel free to edit. As well. You can have a title there if you want, or that's the title. So yeah, I would put it in the description because I don't know if the title has a different font or something. Yeah. If you leave it empty, it would it just is nothing. I think it doesn't show at all. Yeah, whatever. If you want a title, it doesn't matter. But once you click out of that, it'll save, and then you can literally just refresh your other tab, and it should show.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right. What is... All right, dialog box. There's something called dialog box somewhere, I believe. Where are you?
Dialog box is on the
Canvas or something?
is it on the player on the canvas attached to the
Yeah.
player, and you'll have to if you're
I'll
not doing
copy
it
and
to
paste
mine,
it.
you'll have to
I'll just
yeah
copy
do
and
the
paste,
demand.
yeah. Bam. Put you right in here. Let's undo that. I want you here. Why are you not going there? Let's put you here. Okay, I see. There, that works well enough. All right, dialog box is in. What else? Oh, I need to actually drag it onto the thing. Okay. Just gonna run play here real quick just to make sure everything connects. Oh, I should probably turn off your prefab. Whatever, it
Okay.
doesn't really matter right now. I just need to see that everything connects.
Part
What
of
is that doing? All right. So far so good. Did you change anything on the first person camera? Do you know?
on the first person camera. I don't think so.
Does not look like you did. I think they're actually technically linked. So I think that's actually fine. I actually think that might be everything we needed. All my shit came over. Looks like It might have come over just fine. Let me just turn your player prefab off real quick. Let's get the drawing stuff connected. There's something going wrong with the drawing, I think I saw. All right, asset draw controller, object not set into a reference. There's probably something over here that's missing a reference. $48.
Is there a way I can say I can make it so that like if they try to hit next, I can say, "Are you sure? Did you get in all your guesses? Or, like, did you like before you go on to the
I don't
next?"
know. I don't think so on this. There
Okay.
might be a way. Maybe I should use SurveyMonkey or whatever, but um,
Yeah, I could just make another page with a question. Did you get in all your guesses?
yeah, I don't
Okay.
think we need to go that crazy though, right? Like let people do, uh, let them decide when they're ready, I guess. It's up
Yeah,
to you.
I just yeah, I mean it won't. I don't want to prevent them from going on. I just want them. I just want it to be like. I just don't want anyone to like just click through and think like without like reading through all of this. It's fine though. They should read. How do I
Hmm.
say like okay, this is done.
You're done. It's already you already got it. It just saves automatically.
All right, so go ahead and spend a few minutes getting used to the controls. Right. Actually, I think I do. I don't want this to be a subsection, right? I want this to be.
Just exit out. Exit. You have two of those tabs. That tab stays open, so you only need one of them, and you can just refresh it anytime you need. All right. What am I doing here? Ah, the active rune manager is missing. That's probably what broke your game. I need to pull in an active rune manager, which does not exist right now. So let's make one.
I think this should be time to draw.
Oh, weird. So on mine, I don't know if you can see this, but on mine, I don't know why that my mesh wasn't like coloring in because I did have like a human like skin mesh. Um, but on yours it does. It must be some weird setting I have on my scene. Um,
Wait, what's that for the arm? You mean?
yeah, you see the arm is just regularly colored. This is like what the mesh is actually it came out of Blender. All right,
Hmm.
let's get that. That should. Here's our new effect. It's not great, but it is something. Give it a second. There it goes.
That's cool.
Yeah, right. It's
Yeah,
something.
that's cool.
Let's get some of these in. And
See
it'll
if
take a second to compile because it has to compile all the shaders for your stuff.
you can
Everything's like way less intensely bloomed in yours. Do you not have a push? Oh, you don't have a bloom. It looks like actually. That's why everything looks weird. We need to add in our post processing. How could you? God, I had to remember how to add in post processing. All right, first I'm gonna delete your
I
prefab.
did
Actually, I'm not
this
gonna delete it.
once. Post processing
A
is it
volume, I think I need to add,
is it
right?
in
A
the
global.
lighting tab?
I think I had to add a volume. Let's just swap over scenes real quick. Let's save the scene, file, let's move over to let's move over to this scene because that's gonna have post-processing volume it needs. Right, let's double check that. So right now the volume's on. If I turn this off, yeah, HDR effect goes away. That kind of looks nice, honestly, even without the HDR. But I like HDR might be a little too much. Anyway, all right, let's hop over again to the playground. Let's add in a post-processing volume to get our ridiculous.
Next. Next. Time to draw and guess. When you think you have a hang of everything, walk around and draw on solid surfaces in the world. Since a big part of our game is the player discovering the shape of these magic symbols, it will be helpful to see if anyone can guess the shapes outright. Try to see if you are able to guess any of the runes. You'll know that you were able to guess a symbol correctly. Guess this.
Okay, that looks right. There we go. That looks better. All the HDR. Got
We might want to
some.
consider in the guessing feedback in just in case someone finds something so broken that they can't tell which one of it is. They say they find some, they scribble and it registers as something, but they don't know which one of these symbols they got. We might
Yeah,
want to
so
add like
I have stuff. Go on, read the rest of the thing. I struggled with for a while of where to put that, and I settled on this because I am trying to. The way I thought about it was okay. Let's make them focus on one thing
I
at a time.
I think this is good. I'm
Um,
just saying like you should add one more option in there that says I don't know what rune I got.
yeah. So there is like a false positive, false negative question. Like
Okay, is that
way
further
later
on?
on towards the end. But like that's what I was saying is I don't know. I wasn't sure if I should put it like that early or like basically I put it towards the end. Um, because I was like, okay, what am I really trying to get people to focus on right now? Like, what are my feedback questions? Um, but I guess maybe we just put a last option that just says something activated, but I don't know
Yes, exactly. That's what
what
I
it
was
was.
saying.
Yeah,
Like,
and then that covers us. All right. Looks like I'm getting an error on your dialogue thing. It says index out of range, index was outside of bounds of the array for the move next function.
that probably means that there are no. You probably need to add one line. Go to the dialog box and go down. So put one line there in where it says lines.
Oh, I see.
See if
Just
that still
empty is fine.
empty is
Maybe.
fine. It will get filled. Should fix it.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like we have some broken scripts on breaking platforms. These scripts are missing. This would not be on yours. Do you have the same thing? Yeah, looks like it.
Uh,
Oh no, I'm looking at mine. Go see if you can pull open your thing and go to breaking platforms 1 and 2.
oh yeah, I'm missing something on them.
You
I'm
must
not.
have deleted scripts, but it's fine if they're not there, right? I assume because they're not doing anything. Typically, that happens if you rename a script but don't rename it in Unity. Like
So
you rename it outside of it.
where did it go? Where did those go though? There.
You're still on your version, so it's not a merge issue. It's something else.
Well, it might have been the merge from when I merged into main or something, maybe. I
But it
don't know.
wouldn't delete a script. It would only add.
It's weird that that
So you know what
happened.
scripts that are missing?
There's like my alternate versions. Remember when I was like, oh, should this like put the script on the like on each one of these things to have them all destroy themselves or what? And originally I was like, no, let's do this really efficiently and have this thing track them all and get rid of them. So I made a
Mm-hmm.
script that did that. And then I was like, I ran into some other issue with that where I was like, oh, if I do this, I won't be able to do that. So I was like, whatever, I'll just do the inefficient way and put it on all of them, and that's the one I had. But I'm not sure why the other two would disappear.
What is the
It doesn't matter though.
um,
Whatever, just get rid of it later.
This one is called break platform. So if I just type in break, yeah, it's the only one. Whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete them for now because they're not there. If you want to, you can always go back into the Git and find them and just copy them out.
I would like to know what caused that to happen though, because that makes me
The only
wonder
thing that
where
would
are they.
cause this to happen would be the name change, and Git can't Git won't delete it unless you um unless you deleted it.
Go back into the other. See, so originally I had
Oh
off
shoot. Delete those.
this cube. Oh, oh, okay, I see what happened. It's not called that. Just see if you have cube explode, disappear, and cube explode disappear individually.
Oops.
I think it was cube explode disappear and cube explode.
Yeah, they're here. They're here.
Okay, then that was what they were.
It must be a. Did you rename them, but not rename them through Unity or something? Because that does it too.
I don't know what it
Um,
was. I made a cube that to try all three ways. Then from that I copied that cube and made a new cube where instead of having any of those scripts on it, I just had a script that after you jumped off would put the one on it that I wanted.
hmm.
So I don't know why they're gone, but they're still there, so it's fine.
I'm just gonna clean up everything that's broken here. That's the same thing, and that's it. Good. That's very good. Okay, breaking platform. We'll go through here. We'll remove you and remove you. Done. Clear that.
How do I add another image or another option to this section?
They're just all images, so hit the picture button. But this section that you're in right now is the draw these these are the examples, I believe. They're not selectable. It's these are all the runes you can draw. Go draw them. Section.
Okay, up here is where I want.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one where yeah. And that one to do this one, you just go down to the bottom, and there should be if you click in, there should be an add new thing button, and then just call it whatever you want, or yeah, just say yeah something activated by I don't know what happened. So when I click E on this, or do I have to look at the statue to have it zoom in?
You should be able to. The statue doesn't have an inspect item on it anymore. It just the plaque does. So if you look at the plaque and hit E, it should say it's a plaque. And then
Yeah,
give you
but
a
does it
logo.
do the zoom in?
It should
How do
do
I
the
get
zoom
those?
in still.
I don't have the zoom. Oh, hold on. There's a null reference. That's probably what it was. Null reference, not sentence. Dialogue 26. Okay, nothing here. So let's just see what it is. That'll pop up at some point.
That shouldn't
Let me
actually
go
have
in
to
there.
do with the dialogue. Should be. I wouldn't expect this to be on the null on the dialogue though.
Well, if the dialogue breaks and the dialogue triggers something, then that would cause it. Hold on. Come on. Sometimes you have to multi-click
They should be
this
two
to get it to
separate things, like the zoom in and the zoom
There it
in.
is. Next line.
That's an issue. On the.
Do you have the same issue? Just to
Hold
check
on,
to see if
let me
it's
check.
something weird
I
about mine. Does
think
your zoom?
mine
This will help us
was
diagnose.
zooming unless I broke it somehow, but I did. Mine still does
Okay,
the
that
zoom.
is zooming good. But you still do have a null reference there, but that might be my null reference. Go look at your console and just see if the dialogue is getting do a collapse for now. Does the dialogue do is it one of those? Yeah, it is. But yours is line 46. Oh, but that's the same thing we were talking about, right? That only happened once, I guess, for you, and maybe it only happened once for me too. Um, all right, let's see if I can figure out why your thing isn't zooming.
For the zoom, it should be here. Let me see all the things that you'll need to make sure the zoom. So
I assume
you
that's
go
first
on
person
to.
player, first person inspect, right? So I have the camera set. Maybe, oh, is it the priorities again of the cameras? Do I have to change the priority levels?
Shouldn't in this room because I think I already changed them, but it wasn't even that. It was something else. Let's object inspectable. Do you have inspect camera main for inspect cam, player cam for for the player cam, do you have the new player's player cam and not the old one? If you copied it, it will have the my player's player cam in there.
What's the difference between the two?
One's on mine and one's the one on my guy and one's the one on your guy. So just for player, try this first. For the player cam, just pull the player first person camera from your player into that slot
I'm sorry. On the
on the new prefab on your prefab that you're trying to
yeah, but
fix.
which slot? Sorry, the slot
The
for the player
player
inspect.
the player
Yeah,
cam under the player inspect.
gotcha.
Because
Yeah, you might be right. I might have accidentally grabbed your version. Player
that
cam. Okay.
I am like
No,
50%.
that
Or
works.
try,
That's still the same.
you still have to restart it because it will like do it outside of play mode. Like pull it in and then
That's
try.
mine. Yours is off
Now I'm like 30%
altogether.
sure it will fix it, but maybe there might be something else.
Let's see. We'll see what. Yeah, it could be something else that is broken between the two, but we're close. Everything is working relatively okay.
Still not working. Okay.
So no.
Um, is
Man,
currently
there must be
inspecting.
something weird with the lighting in this, because like I get like 67, like 100 frames over here. When I look this way, I get like my frame rate drops when I move pretty significantly. It's weird. Anyway, go ahead.
When you click on the thing, does when the words are up, does currently inspecting go? Yeah. Okay. Um. Oh, also, alright, and just make sure pull all the things, re-pull all the things from inspect camera down to dialogue from while not in
Yeah, I
play
did
mode.
that in the beginning.
Did you? Okay, so
Yeah. So I did pull, but let me double check. Where's my or sorry, my first person here. All right, inspect camera main. That is going to be just hanging out here, I believe. Where are you? Here we go. Inspect camera main. First person camera. Oh wait, hold on. Let's do this outside of play mode. Where are you again? Inspect camera main. Inspect camera main. I wish I could change the icons on the side here. First person camera. This is from inspect camera main, right? The IC, whatever that
Yes.
is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where are you?
And then make sure
C, and then dialog box here.
you have your dialogues from.
Where is it? Oh yeah, it's in here. Okay, that is there. But
I'm sure you
yeah,
did it right though, so I don't have a lot of faith that this will fix it. But
well, let's just see what happens. So,
Alexa, stop.
all right, here we go. Walk over here, and yeah,
So
still no
here's
errors
another
or
test.
anything.
Go so in the scene view, click on the inspect camera and make sure it's following your player camera around. It should have the same orientation and everything always, unless you're inspecting as the player camera.
Gotcha. Okay. Where are you? Inspect camera. This is why everything needs. I want to change these
All right,
icons
maybe
so I
the
can
inspect.
find
Oh,
these
that might
things.
be it. The inspect camera might be.
It's
Or
here.
well,
There it is. I just couldn't find it. I mean,
all
it
right.
is not following me. That
Is
is
my
true.
also is my player like off in the
Your
room?
player is turned off. Yeah.
Turned off. Okay. And
I could delete it. That could be because sometimes there are script shit. There's script shit that runs. Let me try deleting it real quick. Okay, well, obviously that's not going to fix it right now. But there's an object camera has been destroyed. You're still trying to access it.
sounds like
Inspect
the
camera.
inspect camera
Inspect
is.
camera is trying to access it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So I need to change something on the inspect camera. Where are you, inspect camera? God damn it. Okay. You're moving. You're moving up closer to the rest of the group.
Yeah. So you just need to put for player camera, assign your player camera.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay. That looks like it's working. You see the thing? I think it has the exact same now. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Good. Something still broke. Grab point. Why did grab point break for a second? Is it trying to grab something here?
You might be
It only
trying to.
happens here.
Yeah, you might be trying to grab something. Same button, right?
It says not, yeah, it is the same button, but it's just weird that it um does
Does it
anything at
happen
all.
when you try to just grab the ground or a non-grabbable object?
No,
That
it's
is
only
weird. I'm
during
not
inspection.
sure why
It
that
must have
is.
something to do with the main camera because I think I might do grab point off of everything based on the main camera and we're swapping main cameras. That's probably why. I can fix that. All right, where are you, grab point? Yeah, main camera position. That's why I need to just say what the main camera is. I'll just set it in the beginning. Private camera, main camera. And now let's find this.
You could also move this question potentially into the like under each of these in the previous section, so you could get an idea of how many times each of them was misclassified.
Oh, have like numbers or something.
Like this Likert scale that you have here, you could put that under each of these. So like how many times?
Yeah, I thought about that. I was wondering how, because like I didn't want to. I wanted to avoid people just finding like a way to fake it and then just doing that over and over again and then considering that, oh, it's always doing it. But of course that's gonna, like, if you find a way to break it, you're gonna be able to break it again. That's how it works. Um, so I decided to go with just a more broad or general question, but yeah, uh we could add how often do you feel, yeah. Yeah, we could add it for each thing.
Maybe it is better, more general. I don't know. Maybe Or did you notice any of the drawings flashing red? You saw a light flash.
Just read through the whole
Okay.
thing to get a
Yeah.
sense of all the questions, and then tell me, and then yeah, because I did a lot of repositioning of the questions.
And you have some experience drawing routes. Time to trick the classifier. This step is really important. Give it your all. Rune. What is the purpose of having the rune activate definition here? Is there a question about it further down, maybe?
So the point was, I didn't want them to think that a activation effect was the flashing. The flashing in my mind is still part of the classifier. Um, like if it flashes red, it means that that the classifier, like that's part of our way of saying the classifier does not consider this the rune. So if you can think of a better way to word that, or a less confusing way to phrase that, then I'm all for
So
it for
you're
sure.
trying to say like a rune, yeah, you'll know a rune is activated. If you see, you're basically just trying to say you'll know it's activated if you see the visual effect, right? I guess.
Basically saying the flashing is not considered, the red flashing is not considered an active rune. So don't say you found one that breaks it if you get red flashes. Because like the dots, if someone says, "Oh, I can break it with the dot," right, by just drawing a dot everywhere on an extra dot, then that's not what we're looking for. We want to find, you know, when someone drew in 2 swipes the duplicate rune, but it does not look like the duplicate rune, but it still made the duplicate effect, you know?
Okay, so maybe the way I might do that is just incorporate that into these definitions. Just say a false positive occurs when a classifier identifies if it's a drawing as a rune, even though it looks nothing like the intent is simple. This includes mistaking one rune. Negative occurs when the classifier does not identify. Okay. I
Yeah,
might
feel
just,
free to
yeah,
use it.
I'll fiddle with it and let me know what you think of the words. Wait, actually, maybe do that first.
I mean, we could just say instead, have the false positive and false negative definitions and just say, note that or
Yes,
rather,
I think
the flashing red is not considered a false positive
right. A
or
false
something like that.
positive, false positive is
But I
a
didn't want to
rune.
give them any hints for what the flashing red was, which was why I was trying to avoid talking
That's
about it in
after
that.
this part though, so you should be
Uh,
fine.
I do bring it up again, but you'll see why.
False positive
Um,
is when the classifier identifies.
oh,
I think the There's actually kind of three things at play here, though, isn't there? There's like a false positive in like that like this is nothing, but it thinks it's something. Then there's like this is something, but it doesn't classify correctly. And I don't think they'll be able to identify the latter
Well,
because
that's the mix-up, right? So this is something, but I've accidentally mistaken it for something else. I considered that to be a false positive. I'm just grouping the two, right? Or at least that's how I was considering it.
I just don't think they'll be able to identify that necessarily because they'll have to be more familiar than they will be with what each thing does.
That is the thing that I was thinking. I'm wondering if we should take screenshots of all the effects and put them next to their.
I'm thinking we just don't even bother having them try to identify it because I think it's too error prone. Like
Um,
I mean, maybe someone will take the time to really learn all the
maybe
things.
we more generalize. We say, uh, a false positive is when you think that when you think a rune definitely shouldn't have classified, uh, or a drawing definitely should not have classified as a rune, but it still did. And then, well, I don't know. That's basically what I'm saying. I don't think that they're gonna be that bad at it. And honestly, it's more just to see what people think, not what people.
I'm just saying, like, if someone draws the repair, or if someone draws the duplicate and the tornado comes out, they're not gonna know that that's a misclassification.
That's what I was saying. Maybe we put the visual effects next to them so they know what to expect in the picture. But like part of it is really it's not so much because like I'll be able to tell because the folder thing still works. I'm gonna go through their shit and look to
Yeah,
see.
so in that way, I think we just like we can do that part. Like, I don't think we ask them to
But the
identify.
point is, I want to know what people feel. I want to know what they think about it. Like I want to know if they
If they
think that
think
they
it's the
found
right
one.
thing, if they think
Yeah,
that.
exactly. That's what most of the point is for all of these is I'm not really trying to get the true data of like how accurate this thing was or whatever. I want to know how I tried to use language that was like that you think or that you feel stuff like that. I want people to be telling me how they felt about the thing because if if
Isn't what
they're
you're trying to get
saying
out
I
there
if
like
they're
the
saying they felt like they got a bunch of false negatives, then that means I want to train the classifier even more uh, generously, right? It means that I want to make
yeah,
the
the false
classifier
negatives are
less.
the easiest one. It's the false positives that
Yeah.
like yeah, yes, the false negatives I 100% think they'll be able to identify, but I'm saying like if you're trying to really get at two different questions here, which is like what like um which like how many false positives did you see? Like, how often did you feel like you drew something that wasn't one of these symbols and it classified is one, and the other is like, it almost sounded like what you're trying to get at is like, is this effect intuitive for what the thing does?
No, well, because it's just one is did this drawing that definitely doesn't look like anything classify as something, and two, like after you've been playing around with it a lot, you might realize that oh, the duplicate rune came up like I was drawing a duplicate and it came up as a repel. Um, and like that is also in my mind a false positive. I didn't want to make a third bucket for that, but we could make a third bucket if you think it makes sense. If you think it would be confusing, and we could just say, okay, false positive is this definitely should not have been anything and turned out to be and wound up being something. False negative being, this should have been something and didn't turn out to be something. And
Like
third is
mix up
a
or
mix
something.
up
Yeah,
and just literally say in the question, this
yeah.
can be hard to tell, but if you think that you've had a mix up, or don't spend too much time trying to figure this out. But if you are 100% sure you found a mix up, let us know. But otherwise, but don't stress over it or something like that. Because like really, I just want to know again. I want to know how people feel. Because like once they get the hang of it, if they're playing around with this, they're gonna know like if like because I think at some point I encourage them to play around with the effects and just have a good time, and at some point they're gonna know, um, you know, what the repel rune does, right? And because they're gonna know that if they draw the repel rune and don't get the repel effect, they should be able to tell us if they, if the repel runes for some reason came up as a duplicate or vice versa.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, it's way too high.
What are you doing?
The
Oh, you're trying to shoot that in. I
yeah,
tend
it's
to,
way too high. Like,
yeah, it might be, yeah, it might go way further than, yeah, yeah, yeah. So maybe
just need to angle these up.
angle them a little further, or like,
Yeah,
or you could push them way back.
that's true.
You could put
I kind
them.
of like them here though, because they look right. They
They do
look in the
look
right
nice there.
spot.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
let's see if we can just rotate them a little more.
You can also, so there's two hoops. You could like you could leave these ones as they are angled now,
And then
such that you
have
can
back
shoot it through the
ones.
top ones, and then also do some back ones that you can hit off the
Oh,
backboard.
hold on. Let's do this. Move that up a little bit. Do a duplicate and move. Okay, the duplicate doesn't want to work. There they are. I feel like I need to move your Buddha statue now, though.
Yeah, you can move the Buddha statue. I put it in because I thought maybe I could do the whole form in the whole tutorial, the whole not the whole form, the whole first uh like here's the controls thing. I was gonna do like a when you were able to inspect something, it would say press E to inspect over that thing, and then when they hit E, it would tell them all the controls.
Mm.
But I don't think that's gonna get done because it's
Yeah,
already almost time for me to go to bed. Um, false positive, false negative, and mix up.
oh, that's still too powerful. Maybe I just need to turn down the repel force. It's pretty fucking high. Um, and I don't have it scaling right now, so. How is this happening? God, so annoying grab point. Um,
Trying to think of some language for the mix-up. I just have this is when one rune is mistaken for another. This can be hard to identify unless you're familiar with the visual effect associated with activating rune. But just try your best, I guess.
yeah, but like, but if you know, but if you're sure that you found a mix-up, we want to know about it or something like that. I can play around with the exact language or whatever too when tomorrow, and we can finalize it, together over time. Just get the idea out right, and then we'll edit until we like it. Oh, that's actually almost perfect. Oh no, it's not. Uh, let's see how this one works. Maybe I will just try to scale. It's not. It wouldn't be too hard to set this force to scale here. All right, first let's make ourselves a duplicate rune
Add image.
so that we can constantly double.
Wait, this should be a question actually. Question.
Oh God, I cannot time this right. And here's the next thing that needs to be had to happen. I need
Should I ask what they think got mixed up for what if in the mix-ups question, or do we just look it through their data at that
we'll
point?
just look through their data. I don't really care. I just
Okay.
want to know if they think that
Okay.
if they feel like they got mixed.
I would just put the did you see something flashing red in one of these sections? I don't think you need it in both, right?
Well, because now they like, so I'm trying to think of when they're gonna see it. It's possible that they never see it in the one in the like if they just get the rune drawings the way I would draw them, then it's possible they'll never see it. And I also want to know maybe like if they learn over time. And this is one I struggled with for a while, trying to figure out what the best way to ask it was. Um,
Yeah, I
so
I would personally I would just give it its own section and just say during any time during your playthrough did you notice flashing red and what do you think it meant? Just
yeah,
because
I
it's
mean,
there's nothing wrong with asking it twice, but just the if we're going to get a fair amount of people doing this anonymously without us sitting there, they're going to have a lot less of a attention span. Like they're gonna the more brief the thing is, the better because like people will be extra polite when they're sitting there with you, but
mm,
when they're not with you, if the thing gets especially long, they may be like, uh, they may just rush their way through or not answer as thoughtfully. But whatever, let me just read through the rest first before I change. Nothing wrong with asking about the toggle, but I feel like they're maybe not gonna know which they like better
I just
without a
want to know how many
comparison
people think
point.
they would want one. If enough people say I want a toggle, then I'll put it in for the next playtest. Um, Yeah, I got a system here.
Actually, or maybe then just phrase the question as the way it's phrased now is if both options are available, would you prefer a right click as toggle or a hold? So essentially, you're asking them to say whether they liked something that they haven't tried. I would just say like,
Mm.
would you prefer an additional option for toggle?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I think I like that phrasing. I feel like we need on this fucking basketball hoop. We need to put something like a
Feel free
collider to.
to fuck with it. It's oh, does it not have a collider?
No, I mean a collider to if you get it in. I've been trying all day.
Uh,
Uh,
like a collider to say, oh, you got it.
yeah, like something like just something to give some visual effects, like some. Ah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
God, I can't get it. So
You can
hard.
also you could slow down the hoop significantly if you want.
Yeah, I think let's slow down the hoop.
Um,
Uh,
that should be on the move platform script.
speed. Let's make it. Is that like
That's
speed is
the
only 0.5.
that's it's a lerp, so that's the lerp like
Gotcha.
degree. So like one would be like instant, I think. I can't remember actually. Maybe not.
Let's make it
But either
real
way,
slow.
actually I might have done it backwards where like lower numbers are faster. I can't remember.
There you
No,
go.
that is slow. Okay.
That's slow. All right, first let's go over here. Let's draw our duplicate rune.
The model
Yeah.
don't the model for the arm looks good, but the size of it is just so tiny. It looks like a little baby doll arm to me. Like I don't know, like
We could scale it, but like it looks. Let's see. Hold on.
I think it just needs to be closer to the camera and slightly angled,
So if
such
we mess with it,
such that it
um,
also like it's coming from the middle of you as a person, so it also looks a little bit like a T-Rex little doll arm. Like I think it just needs to be over to the side and slightly bigger.
so if I move it this way, right? There's over the side, and then
I do that.
we'll
I think that looks
scale it.
better. And then yeah, make it a little bigger. Maybe one
It'll look
point.
kind of like a caveman arm it becomes.
Also, will this fix the issue of like
I feel
of
like it needs to come up now. Oh, too high.
I think yeah, a little lower.
I think it just is gonna wind up being caveman arms. Um,
I think really what we need is a bend in the arm in the animation so
maybe
that the
actually yeah, it definitely needs to bend, but maybe I don't need to scale the Z. Well, actually, hold on. What's maybe I don't need to scale the Y. Let's turn the Y back to 1. Okay, definitely don't need. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, let's do this. Control P. Pause here. Scale. Okay, well that's only gonna scale those because those
gonna scale the
rings.
rings too.
Yeah.
I think maybe this just leave it at its keep it at the same ratio scale wise. I think if you just make it bigger and move it back such that the elbow is almost just barely off cam, because it looks like the hand looks very small because like the forced perspective is making it look small.
Let's see here. So if I do that, the only problem with that is like when you do the snap. Um,
Oh, you're not gonna
because that
see the
will make
snap.
the snap. Yeah, you're basically not gonna see the snap. I could just try to redo the animation on this to not make it such a straight arm.
Is the snap it has a bend in the elbow? Is that why you won't see it? It's like it'll be too close to the camera when the snap happens.
Yeah, when the snap happens, it has like a
Yeah,
bend
pull
in
it
the
back like
elbow.
that. That's as long as you can still see the snap and you pull it back and then maybe move it. Yeah. That looks
Okay,
good to me.
so here we have that. Let's copy that real quick. But let's see if that even registers a snap. It's there, but then you might miss some of the things. Let's see. Let's get ourselves. You can do 5 of these. Let's just do this.
Oh, meaning the rings won't be on the screen or
Yeah.
something.
I also probably need to do some kind of effect because, like, see how I just make it so you can't draw anymore after that,
I
just to
can't
like
actually
let you
tell how
know.
many rings you have because it's so bright. It just looks like a big ball on your
Oh
wrist to
yeah.
me.
Let's switch over to this.
There we go. Oh man, that also just makes the effect on the grow shrink look so much better.
All right, and then so if I snap, yeah, you're not gonna see it until you get to the top.
Yeah, I mean we could just make the rings. How close are they? Let me see the 5. How close? How like smushed
Yeah,
together are they?
there is something about this world that just for whatever reason it does not play nice with my frame rate.
I'm not sure what that would even be.
Like the Magic Farm is better than this. I don't know what it is.
That's weird. I'm
I
trying to
wonder
think
if
what's
the
in
toon
here.
shading actually takes more effort than you think, or maybe it's the lighting because the lighting model is being weird. Um, but like I have a stable like one over 100, or not stable, but I'm always over 100 in my other and when I'm playing, the Magic Farm. But now I drop pretty regularly below 90
I can't
or
imagine
too.
what that would be. It's literally just.
Anyway, here are the 5 rings, and then when you snap, I mean you'll see it. You get the point, I guess.
Yeah, I see what you mean though. I do think it looks a lot better like this, but like yeah, I do you should be able to see the ring disappearing when you snap at the lowest
Yeah.
one. Although,
We might be able to make it do some finicky stuff with the um with the what you call it, like the animations to just exaggerate them because it's a first person game. As long as there's no real mirror, it wouldn't be a big deal to like exaggerate the animations. Um,
snap looks really good though. I'm very impressed by it.
it's all just about like having that quick change of motion.
Yeah.
You don't like you don't even really get to see it. Like you see you get the gist of it, but your mind doesn't really register where everything is. So like some of those fingers twist in
Yeah,
weird ways.
that's what makes a sword swing look good in sprite
Yeah.
animation. It's just like you don't show the sword moving, or if you do, it's just one frame.
Yeah.
Like you just show the before and the after.
Yeah, well, it would be nice to get a sound effect in there with that, and like some maybe an effect like like a spark coming off your finger. Uh,
I do love
you know.
sparks. Alright, hold on. Let's get back to this quick.
Anyway, back to the important work here to see if I can land a shot in this. I think it needs to be even slower, actually. Does it have a wait time too? Can I turn the wait time down and just make it like constant so it's more predictable?
there's a wait. Yes. I think.
There it is. Okay. I'll turn the wait time to like 0.5, and I'm gonna turn the speed to 0.05.
What happened? Oh, that broke the wait time. Oh, there it goes. Weirdly, turn the wait time down seemed to turn it up.
Yeah, that's the thing that's opposite. Yeah, that's the thing that's opposite. I can't remember why I did it that way, but
Oh no, it just. Oh, it won't let
there's
me. It's an
something that's
integer.
opposite.
That's why. That's what's happening. It's an integer. I thought it was a float. So when I put the dot, it actually just turned it to 5.
Gotcha. Do you think it's worth having a question that's like, if you're a modeler or a sound guy, would you be interested in working on this for no
I
pay?
thought about saying. So I thought about maybe just even saying that. Just be like, hey, anyone that's interested in working on this, if you want to send over some of your work, we'd be interested in collaborating or whatever. Oh.
The only downside to that is like if we don't want to work with the person or like or a lot of people do it, like I'm always too polite to say no
Sorry, I
when
don't like your stuff, or
not even that I don't like your stuff, just like I don't feel our styles mesh or whatever, like you're this isn't really the type of style we're going for or whatever, like maybe
yeah. There's that
like
guy. There's actually a guy that said he knew you as I was leaving last time. That said he's an audio guy, I guess, and he said he knew you, and he like very unsubtly kind of said like not unsubtly, but very strongly hinted that he would want us to use his audio for the game.
Oh,
And I
word.
was,
Who do
yeah, I
you, what do
forget.
you look like?
Yeah, shorter, old, like 40 something year old. Um, he is an audio
Glasses?
guy. Glasses, yeah. I can't
Glasses, a
remember his
little
name.
heavier set.
Not heavier set. He's short and like not in shape, but I wouldn't consider him heavy.
Blondish
Uh,
hair.
Let me see. He sent me his because I was like, oh, just send me a Discord message to remind me because I'll forget otherwise. His name is Bite Mixer in the
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Discord.
He's nice. He's a nice guy. I don't know anything
James
about his
is his
work.
name.
He's a musician and
Yeah.
like he gave me like some of this music stuff. He like gave me a link to some of his music that I should have checked out but didn't.
He sent it over to me, and I was like, "Yeah, I looked at it. Like, we're nowhere near needing music, but like, if it comes to that, I will. When we get to that stage, I'll keep you in mind because that's the easiest way to say. Not right now. I have no idea, honestly. Oh my god, I'll never get this apple in here.
All right, the last thing to deal with. So
One. If I wait till exactly that moment, it doesn't hit.
all right, let's just go through the whole thing.
Oh, so close. I don't even know if it actually will make it. Oh shit. All right, let's duplicate. And here we go. Here we go.
Think you're early. Think you want to go?
Well, it's
Ooh,
pretty
maybe
good
not.
though. I think it won't make it though. I think it needs to be closer.
Or just turn the. You could just turn the power up a smidge.
Yeah, I could turn the power up a smidge. I'm thinking. I wonder if it would be.
Cause like what?
All
Well, also what's the power? You don't want to turn the power down so much that it doesn't hardly move the player for if people want
yeah.
to.
Well, I'm thinking maybe I'll just do right now. I'll tie it to the. Um, I'll tie it to the size. Like that's
Yeah.
super easy to do. Just get the bounds, get the maximum bounds, and make that the size. Also, the player weighs as much as an apple. Just as
Yeah,
a
that's true.
reminder.
Yeah,
Hey, I got it first shot.
nice. How far is it going now?
It like just barely makes it into the hoop. It's kind of perfect. That's way too early. Ugh, and I lost my
Actually,
apple.
the player is exactly 20% more massive than an apple, I believe.
Oh, did you put the?
Yeah,
Did you actually change?
yeah, I did. I did, but that's just to fiddle with the like controls. Really, yeah, we should probably kajigger. Like the player should. I don't even know what. Like I have no reference point for what the mass should be. Like.
Yeah, right through.
Nice.
And now myself. Oh,
Here would
I'm
be a
through.
nice. Here would
I
be
don't have a
a nice
bounds.
touch
I
that
forgot.
you could do without any like actual like effect on for hitting the for getting it in there, but like you could put a if there's any models that have like a you could put a
Which one? The
basket, an
wings.
actual basket, so it'll stay in there, so you can at least see that it's in there. But then
Yeah.
the outside of it has to be net-like, so that you can actually see that it's in there.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, we could mess around with it. There could be. Yeah, I don't actually know. What I'd have to make a real mesh. I'd have to have like a real net mesh or something. I could just make like literally make a collider and just say when anything that's not this object goes through the collider, uh, you know, make a spark or something. That wouldn't be too hard.
Put the poof, magic poof.
Yeah, that could be a good one.
Um,
All right. Let's see here. I want to allow a room restart. Where the hell is my resources? Prefabs. Game manager. We'll bring the game manager in.
are these PNGs the things that you have for the images?
Yeah, they're PNGs. You want them?
No, I just wanted to make sure PNG question mark. Just looks weird that the one doesn't have a.
Oh, you don't have them. Yeah, that's true.
It's not. You lied to me, website. That's also not a PNG.
Can't you just save it as a PNG?
I don't think it'll
can-
have the correct
can you save the-
transparency. It'll have the checkers. That this one should work.
Compiler error needs to be fixed. What the hell?
Oh my god, this is huge though. Can I make it smaller?
If you click on it, you might be able to. Can you click on it and like click on the picture? Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Wait, but this didn't put this in this section.
You have to add it as an option. Remember, like add it to that. So like go click on the button that you click on the text, and then it'll be a picture icon next to it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's on atrocity. Let's make some of that stuff.
Think it's worth it having an I'm not sure for did you notice any false positives, false negatives, mix-ups, or should we make them answer yes or no? I guess I could skip it. It's not a required question.
Sorry, say it again.
I think it's worth it to have an option in the multiple choice for the false positives, negatives, and mix-ups, just being like,
Yeah,
uh,
no, I think it's fine to be like no, because it says no, I didn't notice any.
yeah.
So
But what if you see something that you don't think is right, but you're not sure if it's a false positive, false negative, or a mix-up?
Yeah, they have another box at the bottom to fucking add their comments.
All right, I think it's pretty decent. I think the only thing, do we want to create a section just for the flashing red question, or do we want to ask it twice?
I'm trying to think. Like, I want people to think about it. I'm trying to think. Like I want people to think about it early, and then, you know, and then I want, well, or rather, I'd rather have. I want them to know it's something different than a rune, and like and think about it and answer that question early, and so I can kind of see if their thought thinking changes over time as they get more experience with it. I don't know. I am having a hard time deciding what I want, to be honest. Like, let's think of the positives here, of each side. So if it's two questions, then the first time they see it, they'll be able to talk about it. I guess maybe that's what it was I was trying to get at. Is I did this a little bit ago, but like the um like the first time they're likely to see it is when they try to draw the regular runes, and they have a reference.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, I want, like, do we give them an outlet right away to talk about it? Um, versus.
I mean, ultimately they're gonna get it or they're not, and that's all I
Hmm.
think That's why I think I would collapse it down to just one question at the end, to know whether or not they got it. Not the
All right,
end, but
yeah,
like,
whatever. Yeah, I mean, if I'd be okay with that, honestly, because in the end, like
there's no
in the
reason you can't
actual
ask it
game, we
twice
want
though.
them
Like,
to. In the end, in the actual game, we would just want them to figure it out, and this having it at the end gives them time to figure it out, and they could go back and like adjust their answers if they need to, uh, or whatever. Um, but like this will be a true, like, do they get it? Is it a helpful tool? Did they figure it out? So
yeah.
if we just make it one question at the very end,
All right, so let's move this.
at this point, I would just leave it where it is in the second set and go and delete the first set, and then change that bold qualifier. Just erase that bold qualifier on the second set.
All right, so just delete the first set you said.
Yeah, delete the first set. I have a copy of this, so I can always just get stuff back. All right, now go to the second. I guess maybe it should be its own section so that people at least know
Yeah, I would
it
make it its
is.
own
Yeah,
section
so
so
then
that
make a new
it's.
section right here, right above that.
Can I just make a new section and drag those subsections into the new section so I don't have to
Yeah,
re.
I would put it in. I would put it right after the new sub. I would put the new section right after the
Right before the general feedback?
I'd put it right after the drawing. Try to break things. Right after here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There. Where'd it go?
Where
Where
did
did it
it
decide
go?
to go? Oh, I think sometimes you have to just Control Z.
Oh, does that work? That's nice.
Yeah, and then click on. You have to. You're gonna have to click on the box above this. Click on that, and now click it. There we go. It's annoying. And then you should just be able to drag. Oh shit, it's in the wrong spot. Undo again.
Wait, is it in the wrong spot?
It is, right? Because we don't we want it before the control feedback. We want it uh right there after that one. All right, now click it. Yeah. And it's that bold question there. And remove that bold section. That goes underneath, yeah. And that bold line can go away.
And then do I need to get rid of this, or will.
You can put a title there, just say red flashes. I don't know, whatever you want to put it.
Alright. Okay, look through it one more time. In our game, a player draws symbols, runes, in the world that, if recognized, trigger magical effects. We estimate you'll take 10 to 15 minutes to do this. Next, go ahead and spend a few minutes getting used to the controls. Here they are. Actually, I didn't actually read through these. Escape to reset. Y to
I
move.
added
Space to
this
jump.
escape.
Shift. Q. Scroll wheel. Drawing. Left click. Is there anything we're not thinking of? I mean, I don't think we need to tell them about the inspect because.
Oh, I guess we could say E to pick things up and
Yes,
drop things.
yeah. That's we do want that for sure. That is
Because they're gonna need that for the apples, for sure.
pick up.
What is a log of a number less than 1? Or rather, a fraction.
Do not
Don't
know.
know. I think I'm gonna need to scale this like logarithmically because it goes up too fast if I scale it linearly. It was negative, huh? Okay, so it needs to at least be 1.
Maybe do a pass. Let's see. So yeah, make sure I'm using consistent language for.
I do want to ask them another thing. I think we should ask them about the controls. Is if they were okay with the drawing distance.
Yeah, that's a good. I can add another question. On a Likert scale. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we want. Straight up. You feel the distance. You feel distance.
We also need to make some way of giving them feedback of when they're about to run out of space.
Do you feel the distance that maybe how do you feel about the distance? I'm not sure this is how we want to. Alright, what do you think of this phrasing? How do you feel about the draw distance? I think the draw distance is adequate. I feel like I should be able to draw on surfaces that are further away. I feel like I should have to be closer to draw on a surface.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't want to get too much in because like I know the drawing camera and like the smoothness stuff needs to be worked out better. That's but we haven't been focusing on that, so I don't want to get too much into the weeds on that kind of stuff. But that's a good question to ask that way. Yeah.
Alright. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get people to consistently um jump in on it and test it out.
Do you think it's worth having a Y after check any of the runes that you really did not enjoy drawing? Like, oh, it was too difficult. I had a tough time drawing it, or I just don't like
I can see
drawing
a
this
Y
shape.
being useful if you want to just throw a Y uh after that. Just make it an optional like if you selected any of those why do you think you disliked it or whatever or something like that, yeah. Change it to short. I think it'll actually automatically change it to short answer if it thinks it'll. Yeah. Smart system. I know.
Is there a way? There's no way to put it like under each of these, right? I'd have to have them identify if for example, if they had multiple they disliked, I'd have to say something like if you dislike um runes.
Um well, it's already optional. The like you can mark it optional on the bottom right there. For runes, you just like or if you checked any of the boxes above in the last question, or if you did not enjoy drawing any of the runes, um, feel free to add the rationale. I don't want to force them to do it. I don't want them to spend too much time thinking of it. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Alright. I'm done fiddling.
Yeah.
Feel free to Danny.
I'm just testing. I found a small bug with the code that like when you stop drawing, it kept making lines like right here when it's because I'm holding down still.
Hmm.
So now that should that
Oh
should
yeah,
fix
yeah.
it.
I thought that you fixed that a long time ago because that used to happen all the time for
Oh, it's
me.
close. It's four lines. It's not four lines though. Let's do this. Just for ease of uh, just for convenience. We'll just do that for now. It's not ideal. It's not efficient, or not. Well, it's not inefficient, but it's just not uh, the cleanest way to to write all this. But that should prevent it from making unnecessary new lines. Only make a new line if there's an actual point.
Oh yeah, you're still gonna be able to jump straight up that wall.
Yeah,
You
I'll
don't have
mess.
my
Tomorrow I'm gonna go through, I think, and really dig into some of the like. I'm gonna make a build, and then I'm gonna go through and make dig into some of the interactions and see um how they feel. All right, so that. Oh, I made a point there, you fucker. Hold on. Is that another point? No, it's not. Okay, that should be it. So now let's see if I go really fast. Okay, that still works. Really fast. Okay, good. So there's like the max, well, not the max. You could always like trace it out, but this is like a pretty
about as
high power.
yeah, it
It's
looks good.
logarithmic. So, and here's like the minimum power because I do put a base on it.
I think you'll be
Uh,
big enough. Maybe you will.
I think that's an okay
Yeah, it's
base.
not bad. Not bad.
Let's see how well they scale. It doesn't scale too quickly. That power is like halfway between the two. It's maybe a little too quick still. It's definitely higher here. You could tell. But goes real high real quickly.
People could potentially get onto the moving platform and draw and see that the drawing will just like hang in midair if you try to draw on it. Unless
Yeah,
we
maybe
maybe
I'll
move it a
make
little
it,
further back.
or I can make it like I mean whatever. If they want to do it, fuck it, let them, right?
Yeah, I don't care if they break it at
Like
all,
I
but
don't care. Like I think when we talk about this, we sort of just say, "Whoa."
oh, actually, yeah, 'cause get rid of the oh, good, duh, yeah, just get rid of the collider. There's a collider that will suck you onto the right orientation, so like just get rid of that collider.
Um,
It'll parent you to it if you hit it.
this collider, mesh collider, or box collider?
I can't
Are
see
they
on your
both?
screen. Let me see on mine. It is the
There's also
box collider. I think it's the box collider, right?
well, I need to. I'll probably need to turn off all the whatever uses it, right? Like, is that in just in moving platform? Is that going to be in that code? I'll just comment that line out because
If you just
otherwise, it'll break the code, right? If I just delete the box collider, unless you check for null.
um, I don't remember where I parent. Uh,
It's here. It is. It's on trigger, enter, and exit. I'll just comment those out. It's in the move platform code. Comment them out. We should be fine. Loading.
Now I don't believe you'll even travel with it. Just when it moves, you'll fall away. So actually,
Yeah,
although
it'll be fine.
you will be able to draw on it, and the drawings will hang in the air.
And you might be able to just draw on it from
Yeah,
here.
you probably can. Yeah, you probably can.
I think we just be like, hey, look, that's not in yet. We plan to add drawing a moving object. We just say, hey, look, there's a lot of stuff that's not in yet. We're not so worried about the rune functions themselves, like how the runes themselves actually work. We're more worried right now about
Could just put one line in that parents the drawing to the thing, and then it will actually travel with it.
yeah, but then I do need to, I mean, we could do that real quick, but the problem is I need to consider like what happens when I'm not going to bother with it right now because like what happens if I draw on multiple surfaces? How does it know which surface is the one that it wants to be on? I guess I'd have to make it so that you can only draw on one surface, but then this feels really bad, right? Where I want to be able to draw on that, like this. Like I should be able to draw a door like this.
Well, there's already a thing, right? That isn't there already a thing that
I
you
think I
have
did
in
it.
where it says. Also, I might slow down the flashing. I would not have picked up that that was 3. I mean, I would,
Why
but
is
if
it?
only if I was looking for it.
My question is, why is it saying that's 3? Uh, like the stroke, it's saying the stroke count is 3.
That one was 2.
That
That one
yeah.
was 2.
But like
The first
here,
one.
why is this 3? I'm not letting go.
That one didn't seem to do
Yeah, that one
anything at
didn't
all.
seem to blink. That was weird. I'll have to check.
This should be 2 though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something's
the
happening.
first one was 3. That was 2 though. That was correct.
No, yeah, it was 2, but it's showing 3 here. I have it print the stroke count.
Oh yeah, I don't see that.
Oh, duh. I see. That one. Oh, hold on. I have collapse on, don't I? Collapse off. Okay. Um.
Actually, never mind. Maybe the speed for the red flashes. I was thinking it was a little fast, but maybe it's not.
Well, like, so here's right. You'd be able to tell that, right? And you don't want to wait forever.
Yeah,
Like that's the track.
it was on the 2, the flash of the 2 that I thought it was pretty fast. Like,
So here, let's just do this and put a dot in. I think you'd get
yeah, it's
it.
fine.
You'd get it. You'd figure it out, right?
I feel like you would, but also I'm looking for it.
Sometimes though, it doesn't trigger on this door rune. I'll have to figure that out. There seems to just be it breaks for no reason.
It
Like
might
right
be
there, that should have.
it might be the release thing. Sometimes if I release at just the wrong moment, it'll just like not like the rune doesn't even get made.
Let's see. That one
It's been
works.
a bug for a while.
And that one just didn't trigger. No, I don't think the release thing I think should be fixed. But yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'll fix that. I don't understand why that would happen. Like right there, that totally fizzles. And then all right, let's hold on. I'll just actually check. This should be fixed.
But what I
Easy.
was saying before was like you have a thing already to say like if I draw on an object and then my point the next point is like so far away that it's too
Yeah,
far
but
to
this
break the line, right?
this should not be too far away.
No, I'm not saying for this case, but for the you were saying, well, what happens with the moving platforms and that, and I was just gonna say like, as long as there's no moving platforms that are so close to the edge that that could happen, like as long as they're all within your jump distance, that should we shouldn't even have to worry about it because it'll just break on its own.
Mm-hmm. Just doing it now. Okay, now it didn't. All right, let's go look at you. Let's go look at you. Required stroke count. It thinks the required stroke count is -1. Why do you think the required stroke count is
Is it
-1?
just doing the dot that you did at the end?
Oh no, this is fizzling. Never mind. This is fizzling. Oh man, that's gonna be confusing. Um, these ones that are not blinking are actually fizzling. Um,
Because of the dot?
because of the dot. Yeah. I actually might want to make like that as a fizzle. We need a fizzle animation or something.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Something to show that you released it and nothing happened. Or maybe for now I just make fizzles delete themselves. Um,
Yeah,
like
you
people
just
don't
make them fade out slowly until and then destroy themselves after a certain amount of time.
yeah. I'll look into that. Okay, but I'm glad that that's not a real bug then. This is a bug. This weird thing where like for some reason doing this and drawing like this, that should only be 2 lines, but it comes up as 3 lines. So at some point in this process, I seem to be, for whatever reason, making a new line. Um, I'll have to look at the code. You can't see this, but if I just put a print on the new line stuff, I'll at least be able to see it.
Shit, I really gotta go to bed.
All right, no worries. I'll take care of this and I'll I'll get
Just
things.
call me when you're on your way into town tomorrow. I forgot to tell Lauren I was even going to this thing, so she's gonna be mad at me. Alright, I'll catch you later.
All right, later. Oh wait, before you go, do you have an extra laptop?
Um, we
Just something
do
to run the
somewhere.
survey on, so
So
that people don't have to, so that people we can have the survey on one laptop and the game on another.
we have that one that you gave to Nico, but for some reason that one won't turn on anymore. It's just no matter how much it's charged, it just won't turn on. Nico might
Um,
have I might be able to. Does it matter if it's a good laptop?
it just needs to be a laptop to be able that can run the survey. Like that's it, right? We
Yeah,
just
yeah,
want to
yeah.
be able them to look at the survey and the and the laptop at the same or and play the game at the same time, so they don't have to be tabbing out and
I
shit.
mean, I can probably use my work computer for that. It's probably fine.
Yeah. For Nico's thing, it's broken. I could take a look at it if you want to bring it.
He now that he's got your old desktop, he'll never use that thing again. He
Okay, that's new
loves
line.
that. He loves that desktop computer.
Oh, I
Um,
see. Why? I kind of see. That becomes so that's a new line. That's a new line, but it's when I release. Interesting. New line, and it gave me a new line there, which makes sense. Okay, I must have a. I did change this code. I must just have a bug somewhere where it's making an extra new line. I just have to figure that out. It's just weird that it doesn't happen, when I'm just drawing. It only seems to happen when I'm crossing things. Yeah, weird. I'll figure that out. All right, yeah. Just let me know
all right.
if you can bring something in. That would be
I
ideal
will.
because
I'll have my. I'll. I
Sammy
don't.
needs hers, so I can't use hers.
I'll bring my work laptop. That should be fine as long as nothing happens. As long as we're just running the survey on it and I don't have to download anything or anything like that.
Yeah, it's literally just open up a tab and or
But do
open
people
up
have to
Chrome.
log into their Google or anything?
No, they shouldn't. Because we don't collect their information, so it will just make the link. We'll open it up, save the link as a bookmark or whatever. Um,
Would a
yeah,
tablet be better?
we could do a tablet, but the tablet's gonna need like I would assume that because people are gonna want to type, you're gonna need to have like a keyboard and a mouse.
Oh yeah, good point.
Uh,
Um, yeah.
maybe I can borrow Dad's laptop or something.
I mean, like I said, I haven't worked at laptop. The only thing is, I don't know if anyone will care if they see that I did it on there, but probably not.
I mean, no one will see anything, but you do risk like the fact that someone could be playing around. Like, if we're truly going to leave people to this, you know what I mean? Like, let them do the
Yeah,
thing, then
yeah,
we're
yeah. I don't
then
want to do
yeah.
that. Yeah, that's a good point. Let me.
We'll figure something out. I'll see if I like. I don't want to do Sammy's because he's gonna need the computer, but maybe Dave has a laptop or
I mean,
something.
there's Remy's, but I'd have to sneak it out because as soon as she'll never use it and would not care if I did it. But as soon as she knows I want it, she'll say no. Um. Uh. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I'll figure it out. We'll find something. And maybe worst case scenario, I will bring a tablet and then we can throw it on a tablet and I'll bring like a mouse and keyboard, a remote mouse, like a Wi-Fi mouse and keyboard or something.
Right on. Sounds good. I'll
Alright.
see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye bye.